Hi. Hello, everyone. Good day to you all. Welcome to the day we're gonna get a million things done, okay? All right? Hi. Let me grab Jet. Hello, my friend Jet.
Hello, my friend Tony.
I'm on task today. I'm ready. I'm ready to solve a video game. I'm not thinking about this at all. I won't think of, no, I'm not gonna think about anything, and I'm not gonna try to solve it, even though I do think that being the professor is a red herring, but I'm not gonna try to solve it. Where I'm just gonna let the video take me where, video game take me where it will. Turbo Tony's gonna go. I'm gonna say hi to everyone, and then we're just gonna get into it.
Right.
Yeah. Sigmundus Creatus, welcome. Grace, Taya, Samaranth the Flesh Weaver, welcome. Tara, JFK on the Moon, Ramen, Beautiful Objection, Ghost Maisie, MJ, Lesbian Miku. I said ramen, right? Double high for ramen. Lucart C, and anyone lurking around, Astronaut, Andries, welcome everyone. Do let me know if everyone's volumes are fine. I checked them before, but as always, just like let me know if something is terribly, terribly wrong. But yes, again, I don't want to stop on Kazuma's music, but I'll settle for well, whatever. Okay, fine, we'll fade it out. But this is before the big hit. Hold on, let me do the big hit. Let me get the big hit. Okay, sorry. All right, let's. Oh, hey, Flooped. Yes, Turbo Tony is real. Okay, it's fine. We can fade out the music, Okay, he's gone. And this is coming back. Okay, all right. Okay, so we're gonna get back into this right now. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. So last time we left off from Mikotoba and Shom's flirting.
Yes.
And they found Judge Jigoku in the trunk, and there was a bullet hole in the wall of his cabin.
Yes.
So, and that's where Gregson had gone with Kazuma. So, yeah, okay. Oh, right, and we give him a subpoena. Okay.
Yes.
3rd November, 12:10 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Okay. And Kazuma's a fucking assassin. Kazuma Asogi, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie. Well, he still hasn't told the whole truth, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. Right, and he's the judge.
During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. We must accept this unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed.
Okay, you're lying.
There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection!
No, the trial cannot end now.
You're a Japanese man, Naruhodo. You should know when to lay down your sword.
And you should know never to presume when the battle is won.
The court has already presented... Oh wait, the court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion. That the accused is guilty.
All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness, from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony.
In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel.
I call Judge fucking Jigoku. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. Oh, right, because they're in Dunkirk.
The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow.
Who on earth is this crucial witness?
Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper.
Judge Jigoku, you found him.
Listen, Kazuma, I know you're going through some shit, but
The investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man?
he was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one Mr. Herlock Sholmes's famous deductions.
Herlock Sholmes.
The fictional
Fucking book character.
Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death. Because along with Prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. Yeah, the fucking book character is probably one of my favorite things about this.
Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow.
Conversation with Kazuma. Conversation with Kazuma.
No objections from either side.
No, my lord.
No objections, my lord.
We live to fight another day, by the skin of our teeth. Do you have something you want to tell me, darling? Oh, we were right here. To be continued. Sure. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, sure. Just in case my computer fucking crashes or something. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Am I still Sholmes?
Yeah, you could still be sure.
Okay. 3rd November, 8 or 7 p.m. Sholmes is sweet. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoban, I know. You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So, this prosecutor, Asogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed.
Mr. Naruhodo?
I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. Please! 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 Oh my god, please! After all, I've... God, Stop with the PNGs. I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. When all this started, almost a year ago now, he looks so peaceful. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France.
Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jikoku?
We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man.
Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday.
You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and for the bill as well.
Oh, you've had a reply already?
But a telegraph for descriptions of this wet ass pussy.
What?
Never mind. I saw this like Herlock dancing to WAP earlier.
Okay.
And I was thinking about it.
Okay.
Sorry. What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes?
Besides your wet ass pussy.
Well, wet ass pussies are wont to dry up.
Oh, God!
Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present.
Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone.
Do you want to take Sholmes back at this point, actually? Because I'm doing like everyone and you're only doing one person.
Yeah, I hadn't realized. I forgot that this section is kind of a little lengthier.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll take him back.
Cool.
Ah, and what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. A roast beef, kipper, stew, steak, and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well.
Oh, sorry, Hardy. Not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me?
Yes, because you're my daddy too. That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor
Professor Mickey! Professor Mickey!
I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey.
I see. Ah, that's terribly kind of you.
Aww.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half sisters, I mean.
Aren't you?
Oh! Iris, do you mean? Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left.
What? What?
I still love that, like... The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father, so who's her fucking dad?
That's why I had to be like, I had to because of I'm like, please, he didn't do anything.
He didn't do it twice.
Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I
know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. So the pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, that's quite alright.
Clavichord of Doom. Thank you for following. Welcome. You are not the
Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant?
Wait, so you didn't steal me, Kotova Steven? I was so sure about that. So just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. Yes, I'm gonna find out today.
So then, let us dine while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot.
No, I can't say it.
Oh. Okay.
No, I'm just...
Yeah. A finite dish. It all looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds.
I need to find more information about her father before I say what I'm thinking. This could be our last chance to ask questions after tomorrow's... to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan. And about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Oh yes, tell me about Kazuma's childhood, please.
He's mad.
Oh my god, he's angry. No
He's
talk
angry.
me angry.
Talk me
Talk
hangy.
me
Hungry angry.
Hungry angry. Mr. Sholmes? What are you doing? No talk me angry.
Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I've played the role of the role of father to you for far longer.
You did. Okay, you did. Mr. Sholmes? Could I discuss some things with you?
Certainly, my dear fellow, I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game.
I can probably contain my curiosity on that one.
You needn't look at me in that fashion.
In what fashion?
It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss.
Cosmo's death first. I'm curious. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie.
I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost.
What?
I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Miss Susato. And then I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead.
Oh my! You mean...
The arrangement between our two countries is already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least.
Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you...
Think back, Mr. Naruhodo.
Did you buy the music box disc?
Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
So, you manipulated me?
I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man.
You would know.
I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend.
I don't believe it.
But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Oh yeah, the 15-year-old.
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought.
Good. Good. As long as nothing happened to her. I seem to remember Miss Sasato and I had some rather strong words for her.
Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure.
I wonder if she made it to America then.
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see.
Oh,
An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand.
They are gonna kill Kazuma again! Oh my god, they're gonna kill him again! An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then?
Ah, this. I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
Huh? Those 4 names! We've come across that exact same list before. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. And I mean monumental intrigue. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Oops, sorry. Oops. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until after the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. Okay, never mind. Okay, so it is somebody in Japan, So why are the names coming up again now? Jigoku? Did you buy that?
Yes. Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
Sorry, give me 1 second.
Oh, that's okay. All right. Is this theorizing time? I guess the only suspicious person in Japan we know of right now could be Jigoku.
I have here the message I wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature.
You asked Inspector Hosanaga to undertake such an onerous task for you? He could have died!
And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time.
My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, the list of names was found in the Sessio's office, as Sholmes predicted.
So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was...
It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
The Reaper. People working with the Reaper.
I did formulate a hypothesis about that.
This screenshot right here is me about the entire game.
But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. If only you also took that one to heart as well.
You know what? I'm ripping this apart.
No, you spent too much money on it. You went to Staples.
I went to Staples and I printed in color.
Yeah, that's like 50 to 75 cents a picture.
Yeah, there were 3 pieces of paper that I needed. Each one was, and I printed one each twice because I didn't know if I needed to make changes or I wanted to have extra. So each print job, each page costed me $1.45. Are you kidding me? This is an expensive board. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Okay, telegram from Japan. Let's look at that right away, because we're on task today, and we're on it, and we're on it, and we're on it. Actually, let's look at this, because we were able to... You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it?
It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one.
The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part.
What do you mean, Rex?
But actually...
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo?
If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head.
If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have.
Okay, so do we have to examine the pocket watch again, maybe? And update that evidence? What do you think, Mrs. Sato?
I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here.
If by monarch you mean Kazuma, so true. I mean, he is going through some stuff. He's going through a bit of a tough time, so I'm gonna give him a pass on the everything. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing.
We're about to see that little round component. Is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch.
Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. Great.
A perfect fit.
I knew it. Oh, Jet rip. All right, perhaps you knew it.
I'll make note of this new information at once.
Cool, okay. Nice. Okay, now let's inspect this. Evacuation drill itinerary. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. So maybe this is when Gregson and Kazuma met Jigoku in his room. Okay, telegram from Japan. K. Association, T. Gregson, J. Wilson, Hosonaga. Okay. Cool. Oh, and we did not inspect the Great Sword Karuma. Karuma, the Great Blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. And Kazuma broke it! Okay. Can we... The tip of the great sword. Broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Yeah, intent to kill! Is there anything else? Nope. Okay, well. Alright, fine. Yeah, okay, I think we're good on that. Over Kazuma and Ryu having a custody battle over Karuma. Okay, do we need to maybe talk to Iris? No? So we need to maybe give something to Mr. Sholmes then? Anything fun to examine in this room? Let me know. Okay, check a look at... God, there's so many things to show him. He found these things, so there's no need to show him that. Maybe this? I don't know. Mr. Sholmes, would you mind looking at this?
This is hardly the time, Mr. Naruhodo. As I'm sure you will appreciate, I'm trying to figure out how to pre-order this Japan-only figure.
I mean, I can just send it to you. I can just order it and then send it to your address here, because like usually you have to go through a third party anyways if you're outside of Japan, so
It's also complicated. I've never done this before.
I've never used a proxy site before, Mr. Naruhodo. But now I'm in love with Nanami.
Trust me, it is of the utmost importance that I get this ordered soon.
Oh, no, of course not.
My attention is entirely drawn to one single matter now. This Nanami Kente figure.
Anyone would think you hadn't seen him in weeks. Okay, Oh, hi, Abby, welcome. Okay. What have you not seen that we might need to show you? Is it maybe the pocket watch? No. Okay, fuck. Do I need to show him something? Just for interest of time? No. Okay. All right. Because I was gonna sit here doing that. There's nothing else to convert. Oh, maybe we move some. No, we can't move.
You can examine and look around.
I can examine and look around. Oops. That's not what I wanted. You do need to show him something. Okay.
Huh?
What can I examine?
Oh, wait.
What in here? Can I? Well, maybe the dinner.
Oh, it says present the telegram from Japan
Oh,
to discuss it further.
I see. Okay,
My bad.
but I do.
Yeah.
I do need to find something in here too.
Oh, I know.
Okay, never mind.
I was already on the next part of the walkthrough.
Oh,
And this is still technically a part of the investigation.
I see. Naruhodo. There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jikoku's office that should be searched. So, you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. Jet liar era.
Era, that's just who I am.
When I said, his Gossip's hair kind of looks like Daily Vigil's, and you were like, yeah, that's just how British people wear their hair. Without, just immediately. So funny.
Lying is as natural as breathing to me.
K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked.
That's true, yes, but at the time you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact. When you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments.
That doesn't surprise me, you asshole. You're perpetually doing what? How?
Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it.
My, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line!
Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered.
Okay.
As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken.
This is also me.
Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names, and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected.
I think Wilson is former Reaper, and his betrayal of the whole Reaper thing that got him killed was helping Genshin.
As I said when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because, you see, there was someone else on the list who I believe to be recently deceased.
What? Who?
A. Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script, in actual fact Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes.
Oh, I see.
But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
K. Asogi and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain.
Okay. Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead.
Exactly.
So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh, yes. Shums and I have exchanged correspondence for years.
Oh, that doesn't fucking surprise me.
I'd recounted many tales about Asoki to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
Sent me a telegram for description of this wet ass pussy.
So,
Could you stop singing that?
Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know.
Oh, Iris.
I knew he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of that name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No,
Oh, sorry, that was more of like a...
no.
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole?
Oh, sorry.
A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo?
Ah, yes. You mean about Asashin, I presume.
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett.
I'm glad you are keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those four names was completely turned topsy.
Okay, but just tell me what it is! What? Topsy? Mr. Sholmes, I'm ESL. You need to explain a little better. What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes?
I believe all four names on the list to be names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Assassin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed. And it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Mr. Wilson.
Okay.
Her visiting student status being merely a front.
Yeah. Rio, we figured that out, didn't we? Or did I figure that out?
Which would of course explain why no motive would be determined for her actions.
So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Assassin is because he was the target of an assassination.
And for armed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective.
What do you mean?
Well, does it not strike you? There's another among the four who subsequently became a visiting student.
Yeah. Wait. You mean... Oh, okay, okay, I see. So it was a list of 2 targets and 2 assassins. Gotcha.
But of course, a name you know only too well.
You mean... Kazuma?
Oh!
He did say in court earlier today.
Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now.
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts.
So, but why would Strongheart want Gregson dead if he's acting as his Reaper? Anyways.
An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange.
An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that? Assassin exchange, let's fucking go!
Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of as a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange.
So, to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she killed her target. And then, the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange.
But what on earth is the point? That's my thing! What's the point?
Don't forget, Nodohoro, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction. Thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction.
Oh, yes.
Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels.
Strongheart. The highest levels? Extraterritorial rights! Ah!
These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated. Yet, in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all.
Okay, so remember when Kazuma was so mad about Brett getting away with the murder because of consular jurisdiction? Wouldn't that mean that he doesn't want the same for himself? Like, if he got caught murdering Gregson, which he wants me to prove that he did, he wants to be sent to jail and executed?
Maybe he was just playing the part.
Maybe.
It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark?
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspectors safe.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with a young pickpocket in tow.
Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him.
But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last.
This is too much to take in. So I passed out and came back to.
Alright, everyone. That's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Wake up, Bruno.
Slap, slap.
Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time.
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
What preparations?
Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is. A little bit sad, though. I mean, I liked the idea of you being my daddy, because then Susie would have been my big sister.
I'm sorry, Iris. So then, but then how does she know? Like, did she figure out who her real dad is? How did she do that?
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister.
Yay! Yay! Yes, sisters.
What? Really? Oh, yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know how to throw Runa to the floor? Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh.
Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Juno. Yes!
Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'd gladly be your brother.
Wait, Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well.
Oh. I'd gladly be your big brother. Oh. It's so sweet. Oh my god. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. I'm not normal about it, yeah.
Right.
Oh,
Right. I'm going to work extra hard tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister. Oh, you're so cute. I want to squish you.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what?
You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh.
Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance.
I'll do my very best, of course. That's so fucking cute. Also, like, speaking of adoption and found families and stuff, Mikotoba said it earlier, but the fact that he would tell Sholmes all about, Kazuma, that's his boy he raised. And now he's doing other stuff. Now he's down a really bad path. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths whilst posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office. And that extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Stop! No! Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me.
Cry,
Cry, Marie.
Bacon Street family. Wait,
That's so fucking sweet. Oh my god. Sorry. Wait. Sorry. Oh my god. Stop. 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 Oh my god. Okay. It's gonna be okay. Oh my god. That's so sweet. He actually calls them family. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, sure. Kazuma, get in here, please. I forgive you. Come be part of the family, please. Oh my god. 4th November, 9:30 a.m. the Old Bailey courtroom. One day before my birthday.
Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion,
I had nothing to do with it.
that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end.
Hi, prosecutor. Fuck. Resolve. Yes, that's my intention. Come on, man.
My lord, if I may inquire. The defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asugi prevented to continue his role as prosecutor?
That's a good question, actually. Well, we haven't actually proven his role in the assassination. I mean, he did admit it, actually.
He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution.
Yeah, have you considered that he's incredibly sexy?
I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this day.
It's been 10 fucking years. Kazuma.
Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper.
So it really is he's just on a suicide mission here. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression. Sorry. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory.
Clavier, shut up! Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
He's wax! He's wax! He's wax! He's wax!
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume.
Yes, my lord. Here's a wax soak, you can do it!
In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Baroque Van Seeks.
The defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asugi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand.
Is this the final trial?
There's 2 trial parts.
Okay, but there's no more investigation. Like, this is the final trial.
This is the final trial, yes.
Okay, because I'm really hoping that it's not like the final trial portions of the first game, of the last case, because I really did not enjoy those. I felt they were very poorly paced, and we went around in circles a lot. So I think that if I start taking too long on some of the things, because like it just, I don't know, like I'm going to be more liberal in asking for hints from you.
Okay. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom.
At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. He's like, yeah, Cosmo, they're gonna kill you! I don't want them to kill you! Please, no, I don't want them to kill you, please! No, I'm gonna fucking cry again. I don't want them to kill him! Ah! Oh god, I'm just so fucking weepy today, fuck! Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve. Because this is going to test it to the limit. Well? Hey.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Ah, so it was you who issued this, was it?
Yes, Sabina. I did what was necessary.
Well, look at what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say.
The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked.
My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan.
16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
Ah, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify.
Unrelated, you say?
I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So, you would run from all of this?
I beg your pardon?
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean?
You know. That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Well, Naruhodo, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case?
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You didn't like that, did ya? You little... Where did you get that? Oh, don't break another witness stand, sir. In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you...
What's this all about? Why is my name on that list?
You know why it's on the list, Kazuma! The list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins.
No.
A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain.
A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Sogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson.
K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting?
These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill.
What?
So does he's surprised that we know, or is he surprised that he's on the disc? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. And the mastermind in here was Lord Strongheart.
Jigoku, what's all this about?
Yeah, because we obtained that telegram legally. Yeah, I'm not sure this is actually admissible in court, but... because we did not have a warrant for that search. And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract.
Very impressive, Naruhodo. But actually, I didn't lie.
I just didn't tell the whole truth.
The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you.
Huh? You deliberately avoided saying a name?
The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
Oh, so Jigo Heart was the real one all along.
Okay.
Sorry. His silence only goes to prove his guilt.
I mean, it's more acceptable than Miko Heart.
There's another very important point that this new development brings to light.
I mean, it's all Dilf Polycule.
Heart! I knew it!
What?
My father couldn't be involved with that man!
It's all Dilf Polycule anyways.
I was joking based off of what she had said.
Yeah, I said yeah. After realizing Mikoto would never love him, Strongheart turned to Jigoku. Jigoku, if you vigil, write this down. Exactly. Shut up, Brad!
Brad, stop.
Brad! Literally.
Stop. Stop. Stop it.
There is now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse.
Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. You have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know.
It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear.
This Japanese gentleman.
About the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now.
As you wish, my lord. Okay. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. You paid off the crewman. So you admit it then, as this communication suggests. There really was an assassination exchange agreement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Yeah, because he accused your dad of moida.
Kazuma-sama?
Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody.
And I want to believe you so bad.
I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out.
Uh-huh.
In short, this assassination exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case.
The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barack Van Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings.
Cosmo, if it sucks, hit the bricks. Real samurais quit.
Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute.
Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Chigo Heart divorce?
Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassination exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Okay, so we just have to prove... Sorry. So we're not thinking about the whole assassination plot right now, yes? Let's see. Sorry, just have to... Only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Okay. Alright. Okay. So that... Inspector T. Gregson, that was a condition of the British study tour. Oh, sorry, okay. Someone said in the first thing to press everything not because it's necessary, but because they want to hear what's being said, because apparently it's interesting.
Hold it!
A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then. Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him.
I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission.
That seems weird.
Surely not.
I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then... It was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour.
I see. So you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? Oh, good night, Waxenwell. The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. I mean, right before an exam, I'd probably be up for that. Britain's not in the right place at all. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. So all of them? I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku.
As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. Okay, the target. Oops.
Hold it!
Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants. And in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself at his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain.
And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Kenshin Asoki.
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here.
Your Honor, I said /J.
Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust.
Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them.
You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe.
Well, spill it. Oh, do you?
Judge Jikoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
The Delph Polycule. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassination exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. However, the answer... Okay.
Hold it!
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Cosmo's passage to Britain in January? Stop with this, PNG! That awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
It's foreshadowing.
Stop! Don't! Oh my god! Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all. He was sleeping. Did someone give him a blankie? But he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission.
Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point?
That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands were completely tied.
So Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly.
He predicted everything that would happen. Like yours truly, like yours truly.
Months later, my memory returned. But I'd never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway.
So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? Oh, double agent, Asogi double agent. Sorry, we're not gonna think about that right now.
I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about is the testimony given by this witness. All details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder.
In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death.
And you have some means of substantiating this plea?
Okay.
Hold it!
Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean?
Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger early in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door.
I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself.
He didn't trip over a cat, he threw himself at the bedpost.
What do you mean?
Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin.
At that particular time, of course, I had gone to the ship's dining room for dinner.
The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return.
I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life.
Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone.
So that means that Strongheart, because we mentioned that the charge for which Jigoku is being targeted by the Reaper is rather unserious. Like, all he did was break a bench. So Strongheart must want to be. So maybe that's why Strongheart's killing the Reaper, because he wants all his loose ends tied up, and so he's got to kill Jigoku too. So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Oh no, but there was that evacuation drill. Not the most convincing of sentries, really.
In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone.
Was the guard still at the door when you went?
Yes, he glared at me as I walked past.
You see? That proves it.
Did he say he was there when he went in? Sorry, no, he wasn't there. He wasn't there. He just said. Yeah. Okay, no, sorry. He didn't say he was gone. He just said the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin when he was supposed to be guarding. Okay. Alright.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean?
That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? There's the noise of them. Could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh,
You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like the steerage where the judicial assistants go.
Fine.
I didn't mean...
Don't be fucking rude! But a hole like... But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired there.
What's that? A bullet hole?
Were you really not there?
Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered on the wall yesterday, I presume. That was absolutely a rotten panel.
Oh, sorry.
That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. Ugh, that's the hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place.
But he had that shit shoved into that sound thing.
Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth.
I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord.
Okay. I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock.
It's unforgivable! Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan.
But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him, like an absolute king.
Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part.
One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship.
So you mean...
Judge Jigoku must be lying. No shit!
I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo! Drag him, slay him, sipping on that truth tea, Hunty.
Okay. So it's gotta be these few statements over here. Member of the crew. That was a raw fucking line from Susato.
Hit the slay button, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, whatever. A crewman would. Okay. I'm gonna try presenting clavier. Oh my god. I'm gonna try presenting this carried out by the crew of the SS Grouse.
Objection!
Told you we were on it tonight. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times.
What?
I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
What? Where did you get that?
It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
The fucking book character!
You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill.
Jigoku, I could just imagine him like talking to Mikotoba being like, I told you not to date white men.
British pussy has gotten you acting strange.
All crewmen were away from their posts?
And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshot emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Ugh!
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Naruhodo.
Thank you.
But it amounts to nothing.
Why?
Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin.
Kazuma, sweetheart.
Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel.
Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it.
You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on 31st October?
That's a good question. Machine part that Mr. Jones found in Jigoku's cabin on the SS Grouse. It's now clear it's the missing crown of Inspector Gregson's watch, so if we, that's very possible. I could try this. Why don't I just save really quickly? Because this was found in his cabin, and it's the missing top of the watch. Oops, sorry.
Take that!
Come on, yes! Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch?
A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It could be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Stop calling me that!
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Naruto.
You're smiling.
And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks.
What?
And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way.
I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast.
I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony.
When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled.
I buried them all over my island!
Oh my god.
Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume.
We gotta play Animal Crossing again.
Yes, I do.
Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony. About what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October.
Of course. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. I was just talking about giving a false verdict to the visiting student over there, but, you know. Okay. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after I finished my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Iponseoi. With an Iponseoi throw, though. I'm probably saying that wrong. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London.
But you have that, there's that, it had to be chilled somewhere, and there's that, fridge on the steamship.
Seoi. I was trying to listen, but then you were talking. I was like,
Oh,
I couldn't hear
sorry.
the pronunciation, so I was like listening to it again.
Okay.
Iponseoi?
A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. Not to be mistaken for Jujutsu Kaisen. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. Seoi. Seoi.
So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you?
What?
The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there.
I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Yes, because it was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell.
Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
But if this testimony holds, Judge Chikoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination.
Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, he's excited.
So excited. He's like, go Turbo Tony, go! The pronunciation of Iponseoi is actually correct. Oh, perfect! Wunderbar. Okay. I had a guest. Wait, who was the guest? Tell me. Oh, it was Gregson. Sorry. Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? But no, he said a visitor. Kazuma said both of them went in. Clav, thank you so much for your support. I'm gonna need you to shut up, buddy.
Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course.
He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though.
He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist.
You mean me?
Yeah.
Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head.
The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned and I immediately disembarked the ship.
Certainly. All I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin.
And you entered without any inkling of suspicion.
That's right. None whatsoever.
When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there foolishly waving a gun at me. I seemed to care of him with any say way through. Couldn't wait to return his life after that. I imagined his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. But he had to be chilled. He had to be chilled. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. He had to be killed on the 31st.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, they are killed. Their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Not unless you can transport them.
Oh, well then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How, exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Oh, well, yes, that's true, but...
All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels.
It's opened? Is it?
Unloaded.
When it is no. It's inspected when it's unloaded. Is it opened?
Yes.
Okay, but
And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage.
that was gonna be my answer.
If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain.
But you wanted to frame Barack for prosecuting your dad.
Oh my god. That's killed that idea then.
Not when it's loaded, which is very funny. That is funny.
But perhaps not.
Mr. Sato?
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. Which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body at sea.
True? Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony. With your consent, of course, my lord.
I have no objections. State your amended testimony now.
There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Okay, hold on. Yes, okay! Yes, okay, he's got that giant fucking luggage thing. Okay, fuck yes.
Objection.
Haha! Isn't it weird how they're like, let's have this trunk in the photo?
Right? Like, I mean, I guess it's just such a huge fucking trunk. I assumed it was.
Yeah, but why
poking
would
in,
you,
but-
like, if someone say, hey, let's do a group photo, why would you put it in the picture?
I guess. Still, whatever.
There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true.
There being 5 people in that photo. Oh no.
Ace Attorney fans, when you ask them how many people are in this photo.
Attack02, thank you for following.
And what's that supposed to mean?
There were actually 5 people in this photo.
Far from being impossible for you to do.
The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. Oh, because Mikotoba said that he got the fast pass, the Disney fast pass.
Yep, you got it.
Yeah.
Yep. Which I have. God, the fast passing change. I have to download the fucking app and pay $20 for it.
I had a million people asking me, so what are you doing for the fast pass? I'm like, I don't know, I got the park hopper pass.
No, don't worry about it. I'll handle all that stuff. Don't worry about it.
Okay, you take me on a tour, okay?
I will.
What are you talking about, Naruhodo? What do you mean this fast pass? What do you mean they don't have that anymore?
Oh, I don't really know. I've actually never been to Disneyland. Everyone's just been asking me what I'm going to do for the fast pass. I don't know. Cosmo, you said you were going to take care of it. As well as being...
It's called Genie Plus now.
It's called what now?
Genie, it's like the Genie Plus app.
Is that in honor of Robin Williams?
I have no idea. Probably not.
Probably not. As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon our arrival in London. Your arrival. Gregson's right there.
Sorry, sorry.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't even have to go through any of that, did you?
I knew you were jealous.
I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku? It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion, of all 5 of us. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside.
Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting...
I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk.
Order in court.
That is so fun, though. Like, if you were to go back and play it, you'd be like...
There's 5 people in that photo.
I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
I mean, look at Jigoku.
Jigoku fit inside that trunk the other day, and Gregson is notably lankier and smaller than him. Also, never ask a woman her age, a man his salary, a DGS fan, how many characters are in this. Sorry, what did you say? It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. It fucks up his knees a little bit, like you can see a little bit of clipping in a few places, but... And verifying that would be extremely simple. Wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku?
But inside his trunk... How horrifying.
After we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gory, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Vanna, hello.
Council, as I remember explaining yesterday. Refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
The key smash.
Judge Shikoku, please stop diverting the attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime?
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barack Van Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range.
I think at this point, maybe Kazuma doesn't know or care how Gregson was killed. All he wants to do is pin BVZ.
Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale.
I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
I know, I'm kind of into how much he just, like, vehemently despises Barack. Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. And what would that be?
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Instantly. Maybe the instantly is what's... Time of... Okay. Cause of death? Instant death, okay. Instantly. Maybe, okay, that's not it. Sorry. Hold on. He's okay. The prosecution stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. Okay, and as the accused broke. Okay, so when the gunshot was heard. So can I present these fucking firecrackers? Or this? Okay, I think it's probably this.
Take that!
Never mind.
The Japanese really are a curious breed. To proffer an argument with such conviction, only to present such nonsensical evidence. Perhaps my Japanese friend's inexplicable thinking is why people talk of the mystique of the East.
In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you even have a mirror?
The court is not interested in the mystique of anything. You will be penalized accordingly.
Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly.
Perhaps you should try to present the correct one this time then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Are you going to try again? Or can't you hold your hand steady enough to point it out?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But that's a fake gun. It was a fake gunshot. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna. It was a fake gunshot. We know that. We. Okay, it's not this. Okay, I feel like I'm just gonna try presenting the candles instead.
Take that!
No, okay. So it's not the fake gunshot then. Okay, I'm just gonna go through this all again. Okay. No. Okay. Maybe if I examine the gun again? No. Maybe if I examine this piece of it. No. It was moved. Oh. Well, because Dr. Gore, but we just talked about this. We just talked about, because like, how could his body have been, how could the time of death have been manipulated if he, hadn't been moved?
Take that!
No, certainly not. Okay, fuck. Crime scene floor plan. Just a red hairpiece on his head. Oh, Do we still... Man. Within 1 week from 31st October. Okay. It says within 1 week. The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street.
This one's a little vague.
It's
Not vague. It's not vague, but it requires a little more
Logic leaping?
Yeah.
Okay.
So think about it. There are various things that we have been like the discrepancy is that like what the claim that we're making is that Gregson was killed on the steamship and was transported by a trunk. So there's something about that in particular that's going to help you right now.
Okay, so he died instantly, was transported by trunk. But okay, so the autopsy report says instant death.
They're saying, oh, there's no way you could have done that.
No way he could have transported him, or no way that he could have been transported?
Like, the idea of being transported in a trunk seems illogical.
Oh, wait. Oh, is it because he's curled up like this?
Take that!
Okay. Well.
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claimed he wasn't killed.
Yes. But the point is the posture of the body itself. Oh, because rigor mortis! Rigor mortis. When you're at Adams. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jikoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What?
According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting.
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor, from the inside of a large travel trunk.
No!
You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as if it's been kept in a confined space.
I feel like I said that at one point. Like I was like, huh. Whatever. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ah! Break the stand. Break the stand.
Present my trunk? I refuse.
What?
On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges.
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court.
I'm unfuckable! I cannot be fucked!
I don't care who you are, or what your status outside this courtroom might be, you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth.
I
don't care who you are, I don't care where you are, but you might want to start changing your ways. Or changing your name.
Order in court. Well, Mr. Jikoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it?
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi?
So he's lying about not knowing.
What?
Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. Huh?
You. Dear God, outrageous.
Dear God. So it
Dear
was you.
God.
No! I admit to nothing more than what I said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection.
What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean?
I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill this man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. Let my facial creases disappear real quick. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. That's right! Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi!
No, he did it, and he's using Kazuma's intention to.
You.
Jigoku, if.
I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku.
You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. So, you thought by leaving the body in my cabin, you could pin the crime on me, did you?
Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question.
Hi, Spider Friend.
Yes, on an assassination mission, no less.
You wouldn't.
So, what do you make of that, young stripling?
He didn't.
You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it.
He is breaking girl code.
And I'm just a step away from proving who.
It's like these people don't even know what Delta Nu Sister Swear means.
Very well, the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible.
No hesitation there, huh?
Yes, because I trust him. I trust him. I trust him. He's my Ivo.
Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. Oh? What?
The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement?
Oh. Okay, sorry. Thanks, Benna. Okay, the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement. Like, does he have one of these guns? Does he even have one of these guns? The proof is that I love him. Literally, that's my proof. That's my proof. Because this gun is older than, it's like an old, it's before they started adding serial numbers to the guns. So how would Kazuma even have that? There's no way he'd have that. I'm gonna try this. Let me save though.
Take that!
He wouldn't have the gun.
You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
That doesn't.
Zelda stream, that's
can
not
we-
an appropriate topic for this stream.
That's
so
not-
I'm going to go ahead and delete that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can mods delete that message? Thank you. Sorry? Was that the wrong answer?
Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment.
Shit. Okay. I'm trying to prove your innocence here, Kazuma.
Never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, I can't upset Susato-san. Or I'll end up being upset too.
I know a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the facility. Yeah. So as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without being heard. And that very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. Okay, but he said, okay, sorry. He said that he left. Is that... Okay. Allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's movements. Oh, do we have anything that said what he was doing at that point?
So,
Yeah.
think about what Asogi's told us.
Yeah. Trying to remember.
Would you like me to remind you, or do you want to
I
think
would
about it?
I would like to be reminded of what he said, just what he said.
Okay, what he said was, after waiting for, I think, 20 minutes, he decided to get off the ship, and he stayed the night in a boarding house.
Okay, after 20 minutes. Okay. But we don't have any evidence that he said that. But he said it in this trial. Okay, so I guess...
So that statement out of context, because the rest of the conversation would give you the answer. So
Right, okay. Oh, right, okay. So okay, right, because he said he left and the crewman glared at him on the way out.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could have only been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at that time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings,
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. So I guess I made up that 20-minute part in my mind.
oh, okay, well. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Sogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing! Gah! No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? Because don't you hear my music playing? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and... Objection. That's my eyeball you're talking about. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma?
As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations registered book.
Oh, right, he did say that. Okay, so we could check if he wants.
All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof.
No, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Oh, he's gonna break it! Gah! You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jigoku? Break it.
It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when this all began.
Break it.
Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
Freaking do it. You know you want to break it. Ah! Oh my god. I thought you were just gonna crack it. Oh. So it is ghosts.
It's over. My life is over.
A British assassin to eliminate a professor. Oh, sorry. Is this him?
A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. Stop with this, PNG, please. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time, in Kazuma's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk.
Okay, so it was made up.
To lure the men in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper?
But there's only one person who could have done that.
And this is where it all goes back to Stratford.
The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper!
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart.
He's staring directly at Strongheart. He's like,
My British counterpart? Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments after I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move.
oh, so that's okay. That's the gunshot.
I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that.
Yeah, it's brutally fucking choked him.
So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body and then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take his police identification. From whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then.
Was Jigoku on the murder board? He certainly was, but he's a little smaller. He's right here. And I did say that he killed Gregson. That I did predict. And then I thought I was wrong because I thought it was Kazuma, but now I say I'm right.
So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his traveling case.
Oh, so he was the one that everyone saw going in.
So I put that on. Although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Redheaded League investigation.
I only arrived at the room around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 50 minutes later.
So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap?
Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket for the following morning, but... well, it seemed the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
With no witness stand because you shattered it beyond repair.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
What about my extraterritorial rights?
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassination exchange? Say it! Say it! Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Oh, but it can make. Oh, but if Strongheart. Enough! If Strongheart knows that we know, he's just gonna kill all of us right now.
I've already told you that I cannot say.
Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished.
Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
Alright.
Seishiro Jigoku, it is of the opinion of this court that you should be found.
Milky.
And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession. admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
You guys are, by the way, thank you, mods. I just get, every time I look over, it's like deleted message. I'm like, oh, you guys are doing so much for me.
Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
But he wants to know who the Reaper is. I want to know.
I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries.
Well, don't say that in front of the actual Reaper.
As a prosecutor, as you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant Barack Van
Yeah, he hates his pussy so fucking bad.
The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all,
King of hating Barack Van Zeke so much.
and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What?
But Judge Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Barack Van Zeke has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku.
But what about the murder of Genshin Asogi?
But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange.
Oh, so he's accusing Barack Van Zeke of being the counterpart.
That may be true, but
So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barack Van Zeke, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
I know you are. What?
Order, order, order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zeke's very thoroughly in that regard.
Hydrate. Alright.
And they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps. The circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassination exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised. By quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Go, King! Get consumed by bloodlust! Yes!
Very well. While it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony.
Because you want him to be caught as the Reaper real bad so that doesn't fall on you.
The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
I'm Kazuma. My name is Kazuma Soga. You killed my father. Prepare to die. So he does need to have that part with Karuma where it's like, Father, guide my sword. Oh, this again. Okay.
Pray turn a blind eye to this courtesy as I verify this vile and unremitting accusation. Hasn't soured the contents of my hollow chalice.
Lord Van Zeeks.
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. Good.
Sorry, I'm obsessed with how you said that. Good.
Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever may arise. You should kill yourself. No! So you do be perfect. As a lawyer, and as his friend. As his partner.
Then that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well, defendant. You will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. God, I have not been able to do my Barack voice, like, properly for the last couple of streams. It doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I understand that.
I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill.
It sounds right, though. Like that sounds right.
I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, verily, ergo, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution? Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yes?
Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
I was hoping you could answer that, Kazuma, because I'm here for you.
A desire to uncover the truth.
Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty.
From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth.
I want you to remember what you just said.
Okay. Work with my client in pursuit of the truth, okay?
Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony.
The Raper and the Assassin. The no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. I wonder if that's actually true.
Hold it!
There is a link between you and Gregson, though.
Of course. We were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons.
He did? Such as what?
Vinegar is better than tartar sauce whenever you eat fish and chips.
Oh.
Where to buy good fish and chips and such like.
Well, that was convincing.
Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university.
That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo.
It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man.
It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't sit quite right with me.
Wilson did Klimp's autopsy. Let's see if that's it. Limp.
Objection!
Yes.
What is this? An autopsy report? report. This is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report! I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report to your counsel?
The autopsy report of the professor's final victim is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not that accursed name again, the professor. I've personally researched all of the court's records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victims' souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asugi was guilty of the murders.
Okay.
In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Wasn't it found in his stomach? Sorry. I need to look at it again.
It was, yes.
Oh, recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers in his right hand. Interesting. Single stab wound to the heart. Victim's stomach. Yeah, he was trying to save Genshin from the allegations, so he ate he ate the vital evidence.
Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death, with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true.
Okay, so he's gonna say that the real Reaper pinned every single crime on was prosecuting and pinned every single crime, or the real professor, sorry, pinned every single crime on Genshin, but he was 20 at that time. But the thing is, Strongheart was his assistant in that. Sorry.
What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated?
Okay.
If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous!
Is it?
And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? Oh wait, that's Barack Van Zeek's voice. By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order! Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You have to forgive me if I feel compelled to choose this vengefully beneath this tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
I'm gonna kill you. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place over a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation.
As it happens, I have evidence.
What?
As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jikoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jikoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrated sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asugi's young lad, are you? And what? You gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? It will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago.
Famaroshi, thank you for following. Welcome.
The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind.
He wasn't.
But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country.
Fuck you, Gregson.
Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? Oh, jeez, it took forever to show up. What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word.
Fuck you, Gregson.
Even if your life depends on it? That's right. Even then.
So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
If the results of Clint Van Zieks' autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak Van Zieks.
You had someone assisting him.
In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jikoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak Van Zieks.
Objection!
Kazuma Asugi. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper.
Tell me. Because I know.
What?
Lord Van Zieks?
I gave no such orders. I know that for certain.
Speak, white boy!
Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
Strong heart, strong heart. If Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is, too.
You.
I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. Because you look at him and he's just so evil. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is above! And we finally begin to pin it all on Strongheart! The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mal Strongheart.
I mean, just look at him.
Just look at him!
Lord Strongheart?
Cosma, look with your eyes, with your special, kingly eyes. Hey, look how suspicious he is. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Van Zieks, had been killed.
The thing is, Strongheart is cooler than Gan. Gan is like they have the same look and the same obviously evil vibes. But the thing is, Strongheart is cool, and Gant seems like a pervert to me. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Get the way that Gant does his
he's smiling. His
hate
smiling
that
is
spray.
really unnerving.
Yeah, exactly.
And also he's like, oh, judgy, wudgy, fudgy,
yeah.
whatever bullshit.
What did he call Edgeworth? Worthy, my
Worthy.
boy. Worthy,
Worthy.
Worthy, my boy.
Let's go swimming.
Let's go swimming. Worthy, my boy. I need my water wings. Worthy, my boy. My extra large water wings for my giant arms. Worthy, my boy.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Well, Lord Van Zieks?
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the laws to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you.
That's what I thought.
I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken.
It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jikoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey.
If that's the case, how the fuck are we gonna get him?
How are we gonna get him?
He's
net.
the judge!
Big net. Really big net.
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense.
Well, don't speak for me, but yes.
It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself?
You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
Do we have any spirit channelers in the room with us?
You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there's no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything.
The Sprite.
Ah!
We have to help our boy best friend!
Order in court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago.
Jigoku has the same Sprite.
The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections.
Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zieks' autopsy.
There is someone. Hey, Mikotoba?
He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Mikotoba.
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Summon the Dill.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left.
Did you forget about your first love?
What? Who, Naruhodo, who? Tell me.
Kazuma,
Please. This trial can't end. Not yet.
Oh, I'm holding his face. It's okay. We're gonna get him.
I'm not doing this for you.
I am.
I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks is...
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese.
an expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yujin Mikotoba, 16 years ago.
Also, how can he say I'm not doing this for you? He keeps being like, Kazuma, he's waited this whole life for this, blah, 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 blah. Like, shut up.
He came to London with Seishiro Jiguku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
Right, Grace? Like, he's waited his whole life for this. You don't need to hurt his feelings. He's clearly desperate.
God, Ryu, don't be a bitch about it. I know Ryu, I know your feelings were hurt by him lying to you, but like, come on, he's going through something.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
The defense's demand is denied.
What?
But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes.
No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He is too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Asugi, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. I...
Don't do it, King. I know he gave you fabricated evidence.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. But that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asugi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
I mean... something about karma and spirits, I mean...
Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jikoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Yeah. Fuck Strongheart for that, supremely. Supremely fuck Strongheart for that. That was a low fucking blow. He's already going through some shit. But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asugi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word.
Oh no, he's gonna kill him. He's gonna kill him for sure. He's gonna kill him.
This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asugi.
Fuck you!
No! No! Kazuma!
Ah! Ah!
Is he crying?
That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is...
Hold it! Oh, he looks so upset. Hi! Come save him! Come save our guy! He's so upset! Mr. Sholmes!
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say.
Lord Mayor Strongheart,
Hi.
it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening draw of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can be. Yet the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors?
Cosmo's still there, bed's over. Ah!
Order! Order in court. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here.
Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end.
But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed.
Is there a single person here present who can...
What? What?
The trial should go on. Summon the witness.
That's right, we need to clear that young Japanese fellows.
Ha ha. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. The fucking hope in his eyes, like looking at. I love you so much. Oh. He looks so like
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
He's Guppy in that moment he was Guppy.
Well, my lord? You hear the voice of the British Justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations.
They're beating your ass in the court retweets, my lord. Oh, look at him! Oh my god, in that moment he was Guppy.
Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives in the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse?
Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? In that moment, he was Guppy. Like, how do you explain it?
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. Oh?
What?
You exited the game for me, question mark? Okay, never mind.
Is it? No.
Came back.
Okay.
It, like, closed and then reopened.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Real quick. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments.
Yes, he's gonna go find evidence.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Absolutely. It's still in my pocket.
She sends her regards, and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Oh, of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under.
Oh my god. Okay. Did we make enough progress today to finish next time?
Absolutely. I feel like it can be done.
Can it be done?
Yes,
With enjoyment for the final part?
Yes, absolutely. I think so. Yes.
Okay. Grace says no.
Grace said, do not think. What the fuck? I guess if you're counting all the bullshit after.
That's the bullshit
guess
after
so.
is the most important part for me.
I guess so. We got 3 hours. We have 3 hours, maybe even more than that. Like, it's like... And the thing is, it's not gonna be like the last case where it's like, you're gonna be dragging it on because this is like the end. You know? 5 35-minute parts. Well, what if I just make Tony play the game better? Duh.
I mean, are you okay with going a little longer today, or do you need to, like, go to bed?
I mean, I'm not working.
Okay.
Like, the thing is, let's see. Well, the thing is, going longer on Wednesday is kind of like a no-no.
Yeah, because I have to sleep for my flight in the morning.
Yeah.
So that's the thing.
Listen, if you want to play more, I will allow you to. And you can stop whenever you feel like it.
Okay.
However, I do need to pee really bad.
Okay, you go. You go right now.
Oh, okay.
Did I save? I'll just save right now. Okay, we're gonna go more. Yeah, I cannot go longer on Wednesday because my flight takes off at 8:30 in the morning, so I have to be, and it's an international flight, so I have to be at the airport at least 2 hours beforehand. So I have to be at the airport at 6:30, meaning that I have to leave my house around 6 or 5:30. So, yeah. But I just really want to, I want to be able to, like, enjoy that last part, you know, because I know the last part is going to be good because it's the end of the game. Play at the airport, stream it from the airport. It'll be my Switch. It'll be my Switch going capture card into my laptop and capture card from my phone pointed at my face in the airport and then streamed from OBS on my shitty laptop. That will not work. So yeah. Airport stream. I'll stream from the subway at the airport with a sandwich. The sandwich and a cookie. Yeah, doing more today makes way more sense because I need to go to sleep. And also I have a tendency to, like, there are stuff like toiletries and everything that I have to pack last minute because, like, obviously I gotta, like, use my face wash and my shampoo and everything. And I have none capture cards. I'm just saying how many ones I would need. But Yeah, so, you know, there's like last minute stuff I gotta do. So we have to end pretty promptly on Wednesday. So if we could get even done early, that would be nice. But yeah. Big Banter Corbin, thank you for following. Welcome.
I didn't even fucking mute on my thingy.
Oh, we didn't really hear anything. Mariah Gory's here.
Oh, can you take over for her?
Sure, yeah.
That's because
You're doing
playing a
everyone
lot
on the
of
witness
people.
stand. Yeah.
Also, I was thinking, like, suggesting, like, if you can't play more on Wednesday, like, could it be possible you start earlier?
Yeah, we could start earlier on Wednesday as well. Yeah, okay.
So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan.
Why are you staring at him like this?
And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Mariah Gory. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand.
Yes, Dr. Scythe.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly while I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defy the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba.
Carnally.
Shut up! Don't! I was looking at your face. Shut up!
But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it has been a long while, Lord Stoneheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks? I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, girl,
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings when we were done, and he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As a secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment of your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound meant by a Western-styled sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
Western style.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
Or trying to protect him because he didn't think they would perform an autopsy on him.
No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication.
Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to it in testimony. Ah!
Oh yeah, that's how innocent people laugh.
Well, that clears things up nicely.
This is a very inconspicuous laugh.
The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it, I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end.
Me when I don't do crimes.
The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeeks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon?
Avi, what?
She just be saying shit.
Avi's just saying shit.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Exactly. So, like, how did they get all four of the other ones pinned on Genshin? Because Clint's does not follow the pattern.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
Okay, so he did.
That's enough. I believed I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation.
Abby, I didn't say I didn't like it. I'm not about to fire you. I did laugh, did I not?
I'll fire you.
Oh. Well, it's my stream, so. You can fire Abby from your stream.
I'll just put Abby in jail.
I'll be Abby's defense attorney.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this. Will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Naruhodo.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law.
You young people and your rights.
As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring this cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord.
I'm trying to remember if this is something that's actually true, a mechanic of the game, or if I made it up. Or if it's in a different game, where like you actually pressing too much would make you fail.
Oh, interesting. Or
Is
if you
that
press the
something in a
wrong
different
one.
game? Yeah, like the judge makes a point where it's like if you press unnecessarily, then you lose.
I feel like that was
I'm
in
trying-
the third game, like in Trilogy.
Yeah, that's what I'm
That was-
trying to think about. Like, but that mechanic did exist, right?
Yeah. Oh, in Justice for All, it happened. In 2-3. Moe's testimony. Okay, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I find a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. What was it? I need to know what it was.
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
So it was a ring? It was a ring?
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asugi.
Interesting.
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old.
But you were only but a guppy.
But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence.
Woman.
It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
So he did have his finger in his mouth. Sorry, he probably pulled it off with his hand. Okay, are you happy?
How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
Oh, what?
Here it is, A bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
It's a pretty dope ring.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so.
Unless John Wilson was in on it, did a little magician's trick so that he wouldn't have seen that it wasn't in his stomach the whole time.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that?
Ah, well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my! Really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
I don't care.
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that it is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
Mr. Asogi's ring entered into the court record.
It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel.
We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Does it have any wear and tear from stomach acid?
Oops, not that. That's not what I want.
Don't care, didn't ask, plus you're alive.
Let's see this shit. Alright.
These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp.
Oh my! That was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Even for you.
Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
Yeah. Was the inside of his mouth cut up or like his tongue or something?
A sticky mochi bun about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone is...
Sticky mochi.
sticky mochi. We should get some.
We should.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow.
Does Phoenix regularly choke on his food? Is that what I'm to understand?
Nope, nothing else.
Oh, what's it called? I found a like there's this area in my town that does like a food truck like kind of gatherings or whatever. And there's a place that does funnel cake.
My first funnel cake ever.
Yeah.
I think I might actually need to present the ring on this statement.
Objection!
Nope, never mind. Sorry, never mind. Never mind. Lord Van Zeeks, never mind. Actually, never mind. Never mind. Never.
Read through your statement.
Never mind. Sorry, never mind. Oh, never mind.
You're wrong.
Do you want me to fill the English Channel with my tears? Dangerous. Oh, there's no say. Okay.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before, At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, Counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson...
That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Osoki.
Yeah, I've never had funnel cake. I was at Disney World a little while ago when I was a baby, but my mom was very, like, healthy eating, so we weren't allowed to have, like, the turkey legs or, like, any of the snacks or anything like that.
Well, when you come down here, you're gonna be eating, like, so much shit. Yes. You're gonna be eating like a king.
You're not gonna let me forget to eat like I did today. Yeah.
And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Oh, Selden! Selden, did you know Mr. Dr. John H. Wilson?
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence, right here.
That's... the autopsy report.
Abby, I don't have time to... Great.
It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual is noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. Not that he couldn't have done it, but
God damn you!
All I'm saying is that I've heard that he was the throat goat of the Dilf polycule. Anyways.
Can you shut the fuck up about...
Your brother, listen, I'm just saying your brother gave amazing head. From what I've heard, allegedly.
My father?
Allegedly, don't get mad at me, Kazuma, please. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
I fucking hate you. I hate you. I hate Abby. I hate Ramen and Hannah and whoever else is in this fucking chat. I'm just saying names now.
Love.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure.
I can't even say it. Okay, hold on.
It says in this report that Klimt was a total sex god and fucked like a champion.
Actually, I would like to be tried as the Reaper. I do not want to be here anymore. Just throw me in jail. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
She was hated for her truth. But if he really had swallowed that enormous...
It's not even 11 o'clock. We have no excuses. You're not drawing for Sonic. I'm not huffing paint. There's nothing that can be said to excuse this.
Except for the fact that it's just really funny. Okay, fuck.
I see the word swallow and I immediately just start laughing.
I know.
Okay, fuck. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring... It's in. This is like when. This is Seki shitting Sprite. This is the same silly energy.
The thing is easier for you to read because, like, Ryu's voice is like your regular voice. But when I have to do shit like Rock Band Zeke, it's very difficult.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Now I'm thinking about the Seki shitting Sprite.
The way
he was trembling.
The way it wouldn't change. It wouldn't change.
It wouldn't change.
And then if it went to another person, you can still see him in the corner of your eye.
And that was funnier. It was funnier just seeing him in the corner there. Okay, fuck. Ugh. It's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No! And then you arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba?
Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you would expect to see some damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. Dr. Mikotoba, may I have to remind you that Clint Van Zeeks is the throat goat.
Wait, let's see, Abby. Let's see what you've shared. No, you can't share it.
So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Okay, this is what I had thought in the first place, but then I thought, well, then who helped? Who was the executioner then?
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
Yes, Queen!
Don't care how, I want it now.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon?
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Queen?
Dr. Corey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
Excuse me. Yes, the ring.
Sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, are you bored at your own trial?
Actually, yes. What about the ring?
I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Asugi saving my life.
What? My father saved your life? Why the fuck would he do that?
It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden,
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us.
all of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves.
So Genshin got shot then?
The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying?
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but
Genshin was arrested 2 days after the attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
you pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
Kazuma, we are looking for the truth.
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested.
Kazuma, open your eyes.
Stop having them be closed.
Stop having them be closed.
Naruhodo.
You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment...
Grace.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's making me like go.
But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Thank you, everyone. Oh, that's just my regular.
I was gonna say. Strong heart giggle. He's having a giggle.
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. With a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much that you apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
But he did kill Klimt. And he did kill Klimt and he did kill the professor. So he couldn't dispute it because he actually did kill Klimt.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks?
Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then,
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asugi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asugi's silence at this hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
But his only victim. Also, Grace, do let me know when I get to a point in which you think I could finish on time on Wednesday.
Yeah, because apparently I'm always wrong.
but if that autopsy was all above board,
Grace let me play TGAA2, so she kind of gets it. She knows how fast I go.
there will be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
What do you have to say to me, Kim? Please, come on. You got this, come on.
Thank you, Naruhodo. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Anything for you, my king.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Council? My lord? Your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death? If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
This is such a...
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years.
About what?
Me?
Oh my god, please.
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in the trial.
A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent? Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asugi's silence in court?
Now, this is a good question. I know the answer, but I don't know what. Okay.
I know, Abby. I also have lag. It's hindering my ability to read lines because they stop in the middle.
I'm sorry.
And if I wait, it's like way too long of a pause.
Okay, it says, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. So maybe it's this? I am gonna do a little save here, though. Also, I can, like, stop streaming to you and then restart, and that might help.
I don't think so. I think it might be like partly mine too, because like I mentioned, my
your
internet's been
Wi-Fi.
kind of.
Let me see. Okay. Yeah, I'm so proud of him right now. Okay, I'm thinking it's this. He says he regrets nothing about his chosen path. This is the defense's answer to that question. No, that's not correct answer dialogue. Indicative of a duel. Explaining his silence, though. Like, is this one more of a jump, or is it like...
No, let's think about it logically, okay? So, Genshin was accused of this crime,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But he decided to stay silent. Why would he do that?
Because he did do it. Because he did kill Clint.
Okay, so, but like, let's think about it. Oh my god, a bug. Let's think about it more in terms of hold on. Okay, he accepted it, but then why was he? Because like, what happened? What happened with his body?
Because he knew that he was going to get someone. He already had someone going to help him. Obvious the bug. He already had someone who was like, it was already set up that someone was going to help him escape. So maybe
Right. Okay.
Okay. Right. Okay. Maybe it was this. Maybe it's this.
Take that!
Okay, here we go. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death.
Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone.
He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary.
So maybe Caden? Because if it wasn't Wilson, it must have been Caden. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government.
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet.
I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way.
Order! Order. First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand.
Oh, who?
Witnesses?
Oh, Caden.
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Caden Scythe,
Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder in the prison!
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce, to summon the governor of the prison after all these years.
Oh, It wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
What?
He was part of the polycule.
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend their Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that?
Oh, are you telling me that?
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken. Waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
Herlock doing the most.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Yeah, so people stop accusing you. All right. Why are you standing so far away? If we start an hour early tomorrow, we can stop here?
Wait, you're streaming tomorrow?
Oh, sorry, not tomorrow. Wednesday. Wednesday. Probably Grace probably meant Wednesday. I mean, how do you feel? I feel good to keep going, but how do you feel?
I don't mind. I'm just eating chips.
Okay, cool. We'll go for because I really want to be able to enjoy the last part. You know, we'll still start an hour early, I think, but technically tomorrow it's past midnight. Well,
It's only 11. What?
no, for Grace. Grace is an hour ahead.
Okay, loser.
West Coast, best coast. Okay, we'll go for like, just a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations with the court, please?
Aye, Betty Caden, governor of Barclay Prison.
Sorry. Okay, we'll go for just a little bit.
Everyone calls me gossip. I said
Your other persona, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Osh, the professor! We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there was anything untoward happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Ah, well.
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in this plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Kazuma, don't you... sorry, gods, hold on there, laddie.
Witness, Governor Caden.
Aye, sir.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asugi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
But he loves threatening people.
My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that any intricate jailbreak plot was There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well, let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asugi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
It was the day the Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief order vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asugi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
That got a little Irish at the end.
A directive from the prosecutor's office.
Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I didn't ken that.
Okay, so it was Strongheart, and Strongheart is also the person that sent Acid Shin to kill him.
You're saying you don't know?
Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
Kazuma, I'm adding enrichment threats to my enclosure, the courtroom.
I see.
But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to his crimes that he didn't commit.
Aha, okay, so Strongheart is like, you admit to all these crimes, and I'll get you out of there. But Strongheart killed him to silence him, and that was the beginning.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask for the defense.
Yes, my lord.
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well, proceed, counsel.
Okay, I have to read Caden's lines again, because sometimes I'm more focused on doing his voice. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. Okay. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I did not... Okay. I don't think he knew anything about a plot. What exactly was the plan? What was the plan? So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Alright then, who else did know about the plan?
I've not the first idea, laddie. My plan in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were some other folk in prison service who had been given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Scythe as she's known now?
Why did I have to get caught up in such terrible business?
Hold it!
But you have already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't care nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor.
So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Okay,
I mean, isn't he fucked either way?
I guess. I feel like we gotta press something from him.
Hold it!
But you knew about the Asogi papers. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual, exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized their country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Losh, Virgil. I can't apologize enough.
No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
Thank you, Hannah.
And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Kagan?
Probably won't go for too much longer. I just want to get the answer to this. Pressed this. I didn't.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
Aye, I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do with getting the joke out the jail and nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Oh.
Excuse me.
One last excuse me for the road.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps?
I am interested in his hand motions here.
For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What makes you think that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape?
Yes, that's quite true.
To get the professor blame off of whoever, and then put it on Genshin and then kill him. So to silence him, because he wasn't even allowed writing utensils or paper.
If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence.
It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Truth be told, that is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top, that doesn't quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. By amending your formal testimony.
Cads! Aye, go on then. It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely.
I can see that myself.
Oops.
After all, did the prosecution not have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh?
This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility that this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen.
Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all.
The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
He knows the real name of the professor.
And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice.
So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Oh, armed. Weapon. So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later.
I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations.
Then perhaps something compelled him to agree?
What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem.
Okay. Okay. Right, okay, so he said it was his last weapon, so then they destroyed it, and he was complicit in fabricating it again.
Objection!
Aha! Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havers, the fella couldn't possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret?
You can't touch me now.
I am. I'm doing it right now.
I'm doing it right now.
I'm doing it right now. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder.
All right then, but what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon. And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Well, yes, all the prison warders searched through the belongings in the cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Jinx! What the blazes are you blithering about? The will was found, right and proper. In the fella's cell where I said it would be.
But how can that be? We're in a cell. We all searched the place from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh, you pilly-wally galoot? What did I just say?
I don't know what you're saying. You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you afore, did I know, you lawyer? Yes, you did. I did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi." Yeah, I'm trying to find a good place to stop for you guys.
Once you finish this up, then you can stop.
Okay.
Which means everything is as it should be.
Sony says that in the sleeper agent and one of the viewers goes off.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage, because it was fabricated.
Now you suggested, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored in Buckley prison all these years is actually a fake.
As has clearly been demonstrated already. What went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board.
The last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real document?
Where indeed?
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself.
It's clear that Buckley Prison is hiding something.
It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by someone in the prosecutor's office.
It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place.
Is your logic just going to gloss over something, blah, blah, blah?
What did you say?
We should hear more from the Chief Warder.
Have him testify again!
The trial must go on, the man's voice must be heard.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Okay,
We should stop here.
let's stop here. All right. Wonderful. Oh my god. Okay. We're finally fucking getting to the meat of it. Holy shit. I've waited so long. I've waited 8 months, and now I only have to wait one more day. It's gonna happen. Oh my god. Okay, well, thank you guys all for staying up late with me. I know I went way over time, but Jet, thank you so much for graciously staying up with me.
I mean, this isn't even the latest I've stayed up with you.
True. We stayed up later for case 5 of the first one, and also
Yeah.
we stayed up very, very later a few other times, but not on stream. Oh, Cole, did you just show up?
Cole lurks and then like says stuff at the end.
True.
usually.
Oh, wait. Cole, Jet, can you please say this in Venzix's voice? I'm gonna type
Wait,
it to
what?
you. Remember when I told you that Cole wanted to hear you say something in Venzix's voice?
What are you sending me? I swear to God, if it's about throat.
No, it's not.
What?
Just say it, please.
Okay.
My big beautiful 2022 Kia Soul.
Okay. Question mark?
Thank you. Wait, I wonder, do I have the picture right here? I'll send it to you later. But
Okay, because I certainly don't understand now.
Okay. His big beautiful 2022 Kia Soul. Anyways, that was for Cole specifically.
Okay, well, there you go, Cole.
Okay, thank you. What a fantastic way to end it. Okay, thank you guys so much for staying up with me. And then Wednesday, we will finish this fucking video game. Okay, I'm gonna start early. Everyone, note here, I'll change it on the schedule as well. I'm gonna start an hour early just to make sure that I don't go overtime and oversleep and miss my flight, you know. Abe, what have you sent? Wednesday we die, yeah. Went to the ER. Oh, yes, Avi sent this to me before. Shut up, pussy. God.
I say that so often. Call people pussies all the time. It's like terrible, but I'm like, I can't remove it from my vocabulary anymore.
I know. I never used to, and I started doing it ironically, and now I just can't stop.
'Cause I'm a terrible influence!
I'm sorry. Well, I think I also terribly influence in my own way. But yeah, so hour earlier, so we're starting 6 p.m. PST Wednesday. As opposed to our usual 7 p.m. PST. You know what? I'll change it right now, right in front of everyone. Let me go to my schedule.
Let me go to my schedule.
Hello. Oh my God, no, wait. Why can't I get to my schedule? My schedule? Where'd my schedule go? Content. Schedule? Settings? Schedule?
Well, good night, everybody.
Well, okay, whatever. I'll do it later. I can't find it right now. It's not in its usual spot. But yeah, so 6 p.m. PST Wednesday, we are going to start the final case, or the final stream of this video game. But anyways, good night. Thank you all for joining me once again, and I'll see you Wednesday. Okay, bye. Where's my off button? I can't find it. Okay, there it is.